There we go. Alright, where am I? Let's look at Trello. Add spec with cooldown. Add revolver spec. Make game fade in. Make melee weapons stick to player. Add second swing to spec. Maybe make the DDS larger. Also do depth drawing. Let's finish implementing the knife from last time. Hey VOD viewers, if you're just picking up, we got all this cool stuff working yesterday. Stream offline? Oh. Forgot to hit start on Twitch. Sorry. Should be live now. I set the stream data up, but I forgot to hit live on Twitch. With multi-streaming, I always start on YouTube, because it was the easiest thing to do. And then I have a multi-stream plugin to send it to Twitch. Just because that was the easiest solution to multi-stream. Yeah, it's working now. Hey. Alright, well anyway, I was just talking about what I wanted to do today. We got this cool shotgun thing working yesterday, which I think will just be incredibly satisfying once I've got sounds working. Like, just running around, it's awesome. I know this will be like my favorite weapon. Actually, like, imagine if this did like fire damage or like each bullet exploded. Wouldn't that be sick? It obviously does like way too much damage right now, obviously, but so does everything. None of the damage makes any sense. I was talking about how I maybe want to finish implementing my knife. A few places to start. One, the idle animation is picking the wrong one, so it's picking the wrong animation. I think I just need to reverse it in sprite. Next, I need to add a component that allows me to attach two transforms together. There's a few ways I can do it. You know, I can have like this is a parent, for example, or instead of a normal transform, it's called like a follow transform or something. So its previous position and current position are actually more like an offset from what it's following. I think there's all sorts I can do. And then that should at least make it so the knife follows you around instead of this. So there's lots we can do. It's really fun to like dig around. I also had another thought. I haven't written this on Trello, but I was thinking of making it so the further and further away you get, the more like health the spawned wall has. Maybe to make it harder to tunnel like into the abyss forever. Maybe I'll note that down. Possible features. Increase wall health the further from floor you are. Good idea, thanks. Not something to worry about right now. It's possible that ammo will be like a real hindrance, and then in which case wasting your... It's like up to you if you want to tunnel around. We'll have to see how balance feels. Right now, there's infinite ammo, so it doesn't, you know, obviously it seems like a concern. But if it costs you half of your shotgun bullets to go around an enemy, maybe it's less of a concern. We also have a cool idea where in the future we're going to add like secret rooms off into the abyss, where you'll be able to see them from like some sparkles or something, and then you'll want to tunnel over there to access it. So I think I'll want people to tunnel. I don't want to make it too restrictive. Anyway, let me start by fixing the sprite for the dagger. If I remember correctly, the spec should be the bottom one. I just didn't export it. Okay, I've already done the work. That should fix that. Another good idea, thank you. Can you hear the music okay? Yeah, there we go, that fixed that. Alright, let's go into our components. How is everyone, by the way? It's weekend. So I don't exactly know how I want to do this. I might just have, like, offset from parent. Or something. Something like that. Now, I don't know if that needs to be a transform, or how this should work. I don't know quite yet. Could also have a function in here called get position. You started working on a level editor, so you have something to do while defining on a new name. That's some good get real position. Get position, get world position. That's some good what's the word? When you put something off and do something else. Follow transform. Don't know if I need to check if the parent's valid or not. I feel like this will just fail. Procrastination, that's it. Hey, Mom. I'm going to actually have this return a transform. So I can do transform.position plus offset. And we'll have previous position be... This is assuming I even calculated that this. I haven't really thought about it too hard. You've seen how hard you've been trying. Yeah, I know it's not procrastination, but it is funny to say I can't come up with a name for my program, so I'm going to make a level editor. You've got to see the humor in that. I do add semicolons after riffs, don't I? Weird. Wait. Oh, okay, yeah. You're gonna make one at some point, it's just a question of when. That's fair. I also really raised my mic yesterday during OSU. Like, I raised my mic in Windows. What game did you make? We're making a 2D shooter. Top-down 2D shooter, roguelite. I'm currently trying to make a melee weapon that you swing and it like is attached to you. So I'm working out a good way to do that. I'm sure there's a lot of ways to do it. But my idea is you have something which follows around another transform. That's the idea, at least. You sometimes add semicolons when writing normal text. I've definitely done that before. And get draw position. I think we'll also need to implement. Maybe? Maybe not. Because you return a transform here. Yeah, I'm smart. Alright. Alright, this is the idea at least. We'll see if it makes sense. I've been thinking about playing Ocarina of Time recently. Like a randomizer or something. Wait, I'm not changing your perception multiplier? Oh. Oh, I guess I am if it's not shooting or moving. What this is here, by the way, is enemies have like a line of sight and they look for you in a particular way. If they're not shooting or moving to you, they actually have a shorter field of view, whereas if they're actively fighting you, they can see you from a bit further away. It makes a pretty nice behavior. Anyway, I've now got this follow transform thing, if that's even a good idea. If I go to my entity factory, where I am spawning weapon, add weapon, create weapon. Instead of well, actually, hang on, create weapon. How do I want to do this? I think it's not, actually, hang on a moment, it's not the weapon, it's the bullet that I want. Spawn bullet. So do I just add a new shooting type by now? I think I do. Let's have a look. So instead of basic, you are going to be melee. Welcome to the world, aim type. Melee. And wait, hang on. Bullet type string, bullet type. Here we go. Let's just move this stuff down a bit. Hang on, you're a bullet type melee stab. Why am I adding that? I guess aim type melee. Interesting. I guess it's still basic, actually. I don't know if aim... I don't actually know if that matters. Yeah, I guess basic still makes sense with this. Yeah, you know what? Goodbye. Bullet type melee. Now that makes sense. What did I call it? Follow transform. Need to think about how I'm going to do this offset and stuff. So he still has a linear motion. I guess offset at this point is start position minus, yeah, something like this. Something like this. This might not be quite correct. But the idea is there at least, right? We could even just not give it that start position. Just spawn it from wherever the player is. Need to think about that. Might just use a different function for spawn melee hit, you know? Instead of spawn bullet. We'll see. So now, in, whoops, movement system. Basically, not movement system, linear movement system. Doing this stuff, right? For every entity with a linear motion and a transform, I want to have a similar one for every entity that is also a follow transform. What was it called? Follow? Yeah, follow transform. Now, will just replacing offset with transform work in this case? Not certain. Don't really know if this will work. Basically, my plan was to actually set... Yeah, hang on. No, I wanted it to stick to a parent transform. So I think it does need to have... You know what? It does need to be a transform. I don't know how this works with parenting. So we can update its offset. I build first. I want to update it. Maybe instead of giving it linear motion, I give it follow transform. Because the idea is I want to update it as its parent plus some offset. But I still want it to be a linear, a transform, don't I? Hang on, maybe this might just work. We give it a transform regardless. And then in this system, we ignore any entity with a follow transform. And if it's got a Trollo transform... AKML, very fun. I want to go into with a poly transform and a transform. I'll give it its own little space. I basically just want this function, I guess. You might allow that, will you? I don't think this is correct, but I want to see how it looks. You get the idea at least, right? Like, I update its position, offset it again. Oh, actually, hang on, that's actually working pretty well. Obviously not correct. You get the idea though, right? Actually is sticking. Hello, Mystic. So I think the way I'm calculating this, first of all, is wrong. Interesting. Oh. Okay, that's a little better. It's not calculating the angle quite yet. That's okay, I can fix that. That's easy enough. What are you fixing? I'm creating. I'm making it so you can attach one transform to another. Something like this. Good music. It's great music. You wrote a few lines to get a window pop up and render a placeholder character. You're undecisive of how to handle basic movement with WASD. You could use what I'm using. You have a transform element. Okay, it's not quite perfect yet. We're getting somewhere though. I'll also say, by the way, the melee weapons would not normally be swinging this fast. What's this? Toho Metal Rock? Oh, YouTube auto mixes, my beloved. Local versus global transform operations. What on earth do you mean? What is a transform element? So transform is, in this case, something that holds onto a position in a previous position. In my game, those are Vec 3s. So XYZ, XYZ. So anything with the transform component has a position on the screen. I have a component which is linear motion, which is a linear motion. Like, add this to the position every tick, so on and so forth. Interesting, the angle's just a little off on some of these. And you have a movement input, so when a movement input happens, you handle that somewhere. Locally transform, you rotate it around its center, versus global, you rotate it around the parent. I still don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean am I going to do those operations? This angle thing is clearly not quite working, by the way. I know why. Instead of transform, I think I actually want to pass in the world position here. Maybe. What carrot? Use Google. I'm not a search engine. Oh, you want to be... I don't know, have I set this up specially? This looks pretty normal to me. Lose const qualifier. Okay. Well, yeah, this can be const. Build, compiler, and debuggers. Just default, mostly, I think. I don't remember adding anything special. Okay, I did not fix it quite the way I was hoping. You should be angled slightly differently. Maybe we use SDL2. Under the hood SDL2. Yeah. Yeah, the angle's just a little off, isn't it? You don't get it, you're bad with abstracting concepts and programming is full of them. I'm afraid that I'm no teacher. You can look at what I've got here, but I don't really want to spend the next 8 hours teaching you game development. I'm afraid that's something you'll have to learn yourself. What I do is I have a system called Action Responder. This is where I handle any input events. So if you're holding down like W, and I apply that to any entity which has a movement input component and an action responder component. So now that entity knows that these things are being held down. Based on that, I can apply things like giving them movement input. So you're holding up now. And in movement system, I can then convert from that input, so that direction, and then actually convert that into something in physics, for example. We take input and we produce a force from it. And so on. Reduces to shares game dev secrets, that's right. You're welcome to copy whatever you like off screen. This is not special. But maybe give things a Google. Oh, you know what it is? It's being rotated twice as well. I know it's not. No, it's being rotated once. Okay, hang on. Pokemon? No. Give me, something else. If possible, show your builder compiler files. This will not apply anything to you. This is like specialized for the projects. You're gonna struggle if you just copy and paste my build components into your game. Hang on, I'm trying to find some different music. I have a playlist actually. With VS, it is as easy as MSVC but VS Code. Hang on. You may want to look up a guide. I'm not a guide. I'm a guide trying to build something. You can have a look. Look. Here's my CMake lists. Feel free to pause it and have a look, but nothing here is special. And it also will not work if you just paste this stuff in yourself. Feel free to, you're on YouTube, feel free to pause and look around. Feel free to Google all of these things yourselves. You can find out with just a quick look into your favorite search engine. Hey Ted, I'm making it so you can have transforms that stick to other transforms, like melee weapons, and it's mostly working, but the rotation isn't quite there yet. Hello, Maya. You tried 10 tutorials, but all fail somewhere. You tried 10 tutorials and none of them worked. It might not be the problem with the tutorials. You asked all over Twitch, but nothing. What are you having problems with? Maybe ask on Discord or something. Like, just asking how do I use this tool is gonna give you 50 different answers. A little matrix math, not even that. I think mostly the sticking thing works. It's just the angle we're producing is off. What are you trying to do? If you need advice on how to set up a CMake build system for VS Code, I am not going to be the best source of truth for that. Just continue searching. I'm sure you'll get there eventually. You can try sub VS Code in SDL3. Yeah, I'm sure you'll manage. You can always ask questions on Discord somewhere, but I think a live stream chat is not going to be conducive to learning with this. You tried 10 tutorials and they all failed somewhere? Really? Because I won't be able to help then. That those 10 people will have sat down and come up with like a guide. I will not be better than those 10 people. I will probably be quite a lot worse. Anyway, reminds you of your first CMake experience. It is tough, but I cannot teach you right now. I also don't know enough to teach you properly. Build systems is not my specialty. I get it working once, and then I never touch it again. I don't like CMake. You can do all sorts of magic in there. I would rather not deal with it myself. I'm glad yours worked. Thank you. I hope you can get yours working too. It's not something you can teach in a few words, yeah. Am I trying just everything until it works? No. So let me think for a second. We have something called a follow transform. We have an offset, and we're updating that offset with its linear velocity. That's how the knife is flying forwards. We are then calculating the effect of that offset against its parent object. And then we're rotating the thing. Maybe it could also be the case that for something like this, we don't want it rotating as often as it does. Because it literally is angling in the direction it's moving. Roughly. Hang on, let me get rid of these mice. Hang on a moment. It is, I think, doing exactly what I'm asking it to do, which is to move in the direction it's moving. Perhaps when I'm rotating it, I need to take into account its relative offset to the parent. So maybe I should be rotating it based off its offset instead. I think that might make sense, because in its offset, it's only moving left. It's moving directly left. Even if it's in its world position, it's attached. But right now, I'm rotating it according to its world position. So all I think I need to do is, in here, I need to construct a transform. Maybe I should maybe I should rebuild how I'm doing this. But based on like we can rotate by the offset. That should be okay. Let me just have a look at this first. Alright, perfect. It's a little off, like the sprite's a little off, but the idea is correct. So now it's being rotated based off of its the offset, not the position in the world. But now it's not updating quite as often as I'd like. I think that was always the case. So it's time to make it stick a little better. I guess it needs to stay much closer to the parent entity. Yeah, this looks good. What genre is your game? It's a 2D shooter. Be like a roguelite. You'll run around and you'll blow stuff up and stuff. Let me think. Angle and scale. Story-based? No. It's possible I'm calculating the world position wrong, but I kind of think not. I might redo this to be transform offset. Because that is functionally what this is now. You take any game design book to your game? Not one in particular, no. I mean, I've got like my own like notes and stuff like written down, you know. But no, I didn't read like some particular book. I do have a book on game design I bought a very long time ago at a good discount, but I haven't read it in about 10 years. I've also followed plenty of like indie devs on YouTube and stuff. What they're doing doesn't really match what I'm doing. I don't know how I feel. I have a strange feeling whenever I see an indie dev on YouTube be like, I don't know how to do this, so I bought it off the asset store. Like, I don't know how to do lighting, so I bought this asset for doing lighting. I don't know how to do input, so I bought this code to do input. That feels weird to me, but different worlds, I guess. Paying for libraries feels weird. Not that it should be weird. You know, there's nothing wrong with when you buy a game, you're buying a bunch of code anyway. It should be fine to have a living off selling code. It just feels weird to me to buy it. I don't know if this really matters. feel like it shouldn't. Does it need to store its previous offset? I don't know. But I'm updating it in the same way as if it were a normal transform. I'm just separating the systems to prevent further problems. Might give correct results not to store it. Yeah, I could give that a go. I mean, I'm basically lagging it behind twice. I could give that a go, definitely. Learning to do things makes you a better dev in the long term, but alas, yeah. I guess, like, if you're making videos on YouTube, you need to go as quick as possible, right? So maybe that's... They don't have the time to sit down and work out how to write this stuff. Alright, I mean, this... looks pretty similar. Yeah, I'll give your idea a go. By not storing the previous offset, I can just not... I can just do that. so, like, it doesn't really do anything, huh? I guess in get world position, like, you know, you get my idea, right? Like, none of this shit, right? You get me? This, I think, might just make it laggy. I mean, it certainly looks worse. Nah, that's not it. Delta-based timing thing. Yes, delta time is good, and similar concepts. You'll notice, for example, as I'm updating the position, I'm not just giving you the linear velocity directly. I'm applying it based on tick interval, so this is happening every tick. Similarly, if you were to do this in update, you can do it on delta time. So instead of adding all of your linear velocity, if it's only been half a frame, you only add half the linear velocity. That's the rough idea. Frame is not the right word there, but you know. It makes your game physics independent of the speed the game's running at, for the most part. Just a new position. Yeah, but I've still got to transform, you know. What I could do is do this loop first. If I do this loop first, and then if I just return a, or if I just care about this. Oh, obviously, you don't need that anymore. So we'd have a loop first, updating the follow offset based on its physics, and then calculating the new world position on it. We're just ignoring previous position thing, and then applying that to the transform, and then immediately we are now... Actually, that wouldn't be applied in the next loop because we're ignoring fallow transform, aren't we? In a moment. I'm pretty sure this is just going to look shit. Whatever we've done here is way wrong. I don't know, Donut. I don't know about what you're saying. I might have misunderstood you. Most people come on different ways to do things. You never suggested swapping the loops. Alright. Well, I suggested following the loops. Because we still have a transform here, right? Oh, you know what? I'm also never up... Because this loop doesn't happen. This transforms position and previous position never happens. So we want something like this, actually. This might help. Actually didn't help very much. It's just not sticking quite well enough to the player, is it? Also, the, like, calculation is way off. Why would the angle be that? Transform position equals transform position. It's the code that needs to be there. Wait, what are you saying? So we can remove this. Only care about the current thing. Assuming its parent has a position which is offset. Well, follow transformed at previous position is never doing anything. You know. How about this? Let's give this a go. I'll happily take some advice on this. Mm-hmm. And here... Okay. It does fuck up the rotation though. I'm going to shoot you, KML. I don't have a gun emote. I thought I had a gun emote. Okay, I can't tell if it's sticking better or worse. It's certainly rotating incorrectly because it's not rotating based off the offset, which it should be doing. But we can't do that because we're not storing the previous offset. So I do need to store the previous offset, but at least for the sake of my bullet rotation. So back on this fucking idea. Because I do need that. I'm not sure how the rotation is meant to work. Well, don't worry about it. Why is it based on previous data to begin with? This is the code. Feel free to read it. Certainly I could have a separate version of this function that does it with a linear motion and a single vec3. But the way it works now is it just compares where you were and where you are, and based on that, it flips it and rotates it, and it works very well. And in the case on the knife, I'll leave this on the side for you to skim out. With the knife, I want it to be based off the offset, because it's only the offset is just moving in a straight line, and that's how it should be angled. It shouldn't be taking into account the whole transform. Hello. Thank you, Ninja. You think something's I don't think this is overcomplicated. I think it's pretty simple. I've made a separate component that's something that needs to follow, so it doesn't use the normal loop. That's it. It still updates its physics in the same way. This is about as simple as it can realistically be. It just needs to stick a little closer. We're nearly there. I think it's a little weird. Moving to the right makes it rotate like that. I guess it's because it's moving so slow in this position that it's moving, but it's going to the right every frame, which doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But it does make sense in one way. I'm gonna make it just a little longer. Make it a whole second. This might make certain bugs easier to see. Oh, it's based off its, the parents transform, the rotation. That's really weird. Not that weird, because that's kind of what we're writing. It is weird that you can do this, right? Yeah, that calculation is not quite right. Usually the way you do parenting is to have the child object store a relative offset and rotation, and then set its global position to parent position and rotate angle and local offset. Yeah. We don't store rotations though, so that doesn't work here. Perhaps you should then. Hey Lich. I don't know if I should. Why would I suddenly need it now? Hmm. I mean, it would solve that problem where it seems to attach itself to the player when it's doing its offset. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me, honestly. I guess it's possible that this excluding isn't working. The object's point of view, it's starting at 0, moving in a straight line, yeah. Well, if they went to the rotation store and they're out, they might do a little in storage. That's a fair point, Lich. That's a pretty poignant idea. +2. +2, Lich. You know what? You can have a look at the crocheted chicken for a few seconds. Think about this. He's my pair programmer. What? It is cute, isn't it? I think I got this at an anime con. I don't remember the artist. People love making crochet animals. This is as focused as I can get on it. Humongous. Looks that way, doesn't it? This is by VTuber Avatar. Alright, anyway, You can replace parent position and parent angle in the formula with parent position plus attachment offset and attachment angle if you decide to store offset and angle in the follow transform. In addition to local offset and local angle. You love the chicken, thank you. What's the point of storing the angle, sorry? Oh no! Maybe I should buy some code for this. Yeah, maybe. Here's a Highland cow. Doesn't need to care where the angle came from. So I'm just asking why you're talking about angles. Is it because of this bullet rotation thing? Is it this? Like what are you getting at? Sorry. Because your bullets have an angle. Yeah, but the angle only ever matters in this drawing position, in this drawing thing, where it's based off difference. Like, if you're asking me to refactor it, and I move to the right and I shoot a bullet, the dagger to the bottom left, and the dagger's attached to me. The dagger is still moving to the right, so this doesn't fix anything. It doesn't do anything. It just moves code around. The bullets have a linear motion and a position, and you can interpret the angle from linear velocity or position. Like this is the angle. How is it getting angles that point away from its velocity then? What? Where? Where are you reading that? This is the code to get an angle for drawing. You thought that's what we saw in game earlier? It's this code. I'm showing it to you. It's this. It uses 8 and 2 on the difference between its previous position and its current position. That's it. That's all it does. It's not. It's it. It infers an angle from its previous and current position. So if it were to stop moving, it would... Actually, I don't know what it would necessarily do. I'm guessing it would point off to the right or something. Whereas preparing for the new pandemic. Yeah. The new pandemic's not a thing though, right? Isn't the thing like a 40% mortality rate? The pandemic, it needs to be way lower. Pentavirus, yeah. Oh, happy birthday, David Attenborough, by the way. Hope you guys have wished him a happy birthday. Yeah, it's probably not going to be a pandemic. I'm waiting for the airborne rabies virus. David Attenborough is not in chat, but I think if you wish him a happy birthday, it will still reach him, right? Anyway, let me just think. We're nearly there. It nearly works. It nearly works. Every tick. It did turn 100. What game are you developing? 2D shooter. Roguelike shooter. The king's gonna send him a letter. Oh, do you think he's pissed that he couldn't get it from the queen? David Attenborough had the queen as his queen for fucking like 96 years. He definitely thought Liz was gonna send him a fucking DM. Bring back Liz. We don't need to bring back Liz. You know they'll do a Liz 2 these days. Give them time. Are you guys enjoying the cow? It's especially weird to me that, like, the player moving later makes the bullets move left. And I'm thinking that's fucking bizarre. Because the rotation should only be based on the follow transform's offset. Which has nothing to do with the transform. Unless... No, it doesn't... It doesn't... It's nothing like Vampire Survivor right now. Although that being said, I have thought about certain things. I like the idea of, like, choose 3. The parenting code should happen after all the parent objects have moved. Yes. None of this is in screen space. This is all in world space. There always be a 1 tick lag. Hang on a moment. The parenting code should happen after all the parent objects have moved. That should be the case, I think. We move all the transforms, so that includes the player. Then, we move everything that's attached. I might just extract this code up here. Just so I can actually see it here. Maybe it'll make more sense if we can read it all in one file. Player is not in linear motion though. Is it not? Oh fuck, it's in physics, you're right. No, that's poignant. No, that's a really good point. Oh, whoops. Thought that looked weird. Do you have mechanics you want to add to the game? Yes, lots. Like the one I'm doing now. I have a big Trello. Well, maybe that's it. Maybe just physics is happening after linear motion. Linear motion, physics. All right, let's pop you down here and see if that breaks something. That might just be the case. It might just be off by one. I have a big Trello board with lots of mechanics to add. Things that only usually move before physics. Yeah. I can move it in a different system, that's fine. Alright, perfect. No, not perfect. Better, but not quite there. Oh, I just noticed they have random fucking velocities because of that stupid code. Should probably remove that because it'll be annoying. It'll be causing problems. Actually, maybe it's fine. Yeah, adding all the mechanics. What was I calling this one again? Offset. Some of them have negative relative velocities. Yeah, maybe. Hang on. Let's just call it offset system. Fine. Follow system? Not quite the same. I think if I were to have something following it, kind of implies like lag and whatnot. Offset to me makes it feel like something's at an offset. I did call it a follow transform, but I think offset transform might make more sense. Because at IMO, follow like implies with lag, right? That's what I think. Attached transform. My rename thing never fucking works. Except for that one time I tried to show off to chat that it wasn't working, and it was working. That one time it did work. You're a parenting. Transform parenting system. He loves to refactor this one. He loves it. Oh, I guess I can remove this stuff from linear motion now. You guys enjoying the cow? I can also put Shigeru Ui up there. If you actually want to pretend I'm a VTuber. He's probably going to fall off there. They make monitors too lightweight to put Shigeru Uis on them. You get my idea? I'm also like blurry and in the distance now. Who's that? Fuck, who is that? Shigeru Ui? You know Shigeru Ui. Something like that's fun. You can see my whole room at this angle, can't you? Kind of sick. Alright, anyway. It's time for my transform. It is colourful. It's kind of designed for the stream. I just like the idea of having fun stuff in the background. Whatever. Now you can look at my huge pecs and my big biceps and all that. Not the cow. Anyway, let's see. Oh, I need to remove you. Whoops. So strong. I am getting strong. My not leg press. My leg extension is now 104 kilos. That's just like doing this with your legs with like a weight. It's not bad. Not bad at all. Not bad at all, mate. Not bad at all. Okay, donut. Nice suggestion to move it. I think it's helped a little bit. I think it's still not quite attached, but it definitely is more attached than it was. I think. It's hard to tell. Honestly, if I make it slow, it should be super obvious. Because it should work no matter the speed of the weapon. That's kind of the point of this transform thing. Like, even if it's moving at 0, it should just stay in front of you. Like, when you're still, it looks exactly kind of what you expect, right? Like, this looks kind of correct. Maybe the weapon was just moving too quick before, and that's why it looked like it wasn't stuck to it. Which is a problem, by the way. Don't let anyone tell you it's not. I think it might... Yeah, maybe I just need to... Let me see your eyes. I might need to do what I suggested, which was to calculate the angle based on velocity and not previous position, at least in this case, because this is the first time that an object can be influenced by both its linear position, or its linear motion, and... Sorry, but by two things, basically is my point. Like, velocity is saying move one way, but this is doing the other one. It's based on the global transform. No, it's based on the offset. Which is why I'm a little confused. I kind of thought... Well, in this case, the bullets are literally moving to the right. Right? Like, it makes sense. The bullets are moving to the right, so they're angled to the right. See? Like in literal terms, it's doing exactly as intended. The bullet is moving left, so it is angled left. Right? If you move up, the bullet is actually moving up. Technically in screen space. It's nothing to do with the screen space. Locally, they're still moving the way they were. Actually, interesting that it works fine when you're moving up and down. Obviously it does. We don't rotate. Yeah, that makes sense. It might just be the X and Y thing, that's all. Yeah, it's the flipping, really. It's not the rotating, it's the flipping. Rotating works exactly as intended. Rotating is completely correct. It's flipping, which I do when you're moving the other way. I flip the sprite around. See? In which case that's also doing exactly what it's told. I could maybe just disable flipping or calculate it differently. Anyway, let me think for a second. Like it's doing exactly as it's been told to do. Are you flipping the sprites by the player's flip direction? No, I'm flipping the sprites based on its previous position. But if you're moving the position around, it kind of makes sense. But also it doesn't make sense in another sense. Offset. It should be offset from the parent, maybe. So maybe in update bullet rotation, I have to calculate backwards where it is from the player and then rotate it based on that, maybe, under the assumption that most attached things will be based on the player. So those based on local velocity. Yeah, it's just yes, that's a really good idea. If only I could have said the same thing. What a terrific idea. Wow. Ganondorf. Anyway, what I can do is what matters here is that it looks like it's moving away from the player, right? It doesn't matter if the dagger is actually moving to the left. What matters is that it's to the right of the player. And if we constantly attach the knife to the player's position, if it's on the left, right? So maybe I should just calculate it based on that. Like maybe this difference here, instead of being start and end position like this, instead of this thing, I can pass in, hang on, actually this might work. So instead of passing in the offset, we actually pass in the parent position, if that makes sense. Or the transform versus offset. So transform dot, I don't know if this is quite the maths, but transform dot position versus offset fuck, hang on a moment. You get what I'm getting at, right? Parent transform. Yeah, so it does need to be in here. Hang on a moment. Because if I want it to be basically based on the parent, then I want this. I want it to be based on parent transform dot position and our transform. This might work, maybe. Yeah, we aren't flipping based on velocity. We're flipping based on position. Flipping based on position. Okay, it doesn't quite work. That being said, why doesn't that work? The parent is to the left, and the bullet is on the right. Did I not hit compile or something? Yeah, it's not quite right yet. It shouldn't matter which... Actually, the difference is reversed. Let's try reversing these before I make assumptions. Man, that mouse going crazy to get in here. I just had a button that lets you just regenerate the same level now. Anyway, player dagger. Right, it's not quite it yet. Why is that not quite it? If you're to the right... If it could be 0, then we don't care for that, like, frame. Just let it stick to the right or whatever. It's okay. I'm going to apply offset position minus offset of previous position. This is more complicated than I thought it was going to be. This has taken us an hour and a half. Basically, when I construct this, I create the offset based on the start position of the knife and the player position. That's the offset. So I was thinking of basically using that same calculation for rotating, because then you have an angle from the spawn position. I guess we could also store start position in offset, but that still doesn't... Well, start position as an offset, because then it's how far it's traveled since it's offset, nothing to do with its transform. You see what I mean? Like, this is local. I should start saying local and global. But you know, if the player is here, and this is the bullet start. Pause. This is the bullet. This thing is here. This thing is here. And then over time, it ends up over here. This is the offset from the player now, as calculated from its linear velocity. So it's been 1 frame. We've added linear velocity to offset. I guess in reality, it's actually more like... Sorry, it's more like this. So this is parent position. This is start offset. And this is offset now. Maybe I should just spawn the start offset. And then not involve the transform at all. That might work. That might help. Vec3 start. Well, start offset should always be 0. No. No, this makes sense to me. Something like this. I still don't need to pass in parent. What kind of game are you making? 2D roguelite. What information does it add that you can't derive without it? I deleted paint. Let me write it first, and then we'll talk about it. Have I looked at your suggestions? That's what it does, don't it? I don't know why it's not working right now. That was originally what it was meant to do. So I'm just coming up with something else. Are you sure it's doing that? That's what it should be doing. That's why I was annoyed it wasn't working. We were passing in originally, ignoring what we got now, we were originally passing in the offset into the get angle and scale functions, so let me just write this first. Look. It's always nice to try different things. Why did I give you a capital O? Weird. E. Must have mistyped on. Something like that. Is there another script that can flip it? No. This is for setting the flag to flip it. Not quite it. There's something else in like fucking with it. We talked about parenting like maybe not working. Is this not working? Is it not excluding it properly or something? Like is this happening twice? If I comment this out, this shouldn't change anything. I'll have a look in a second, don't I? That's a good suggestion. Okay, that's not it. That's fine. Inject system. So, I can see if this is being set somewhere else. Let's have a look. Animation system is maybe what you're thinking about. This only cares about the inventory though. Or the player in this case. That's not going to happen. Let's see. All players. Let's do equals. So in physics, if it's an enemy, it's adjusted. In offset system, we've just looked in there. In linear movement system, this should be excluding offsets. And in animation system, and this should only be enemies and players, or anything with a weapon that's in inventory. So no, I think it's only happening here. Can you look at the code with inventory again? Sure. Shut up, KML. This one. For every entity with a transformed sprite in animation. Do you think it could be happening in here? Let's see. Yeah, there it is. Let's have a think then. Does the bullet have a sprite and animation? You just missed this earlier, but it would be nice if this is it, because then that would be a pretty easy fix. We do have an animation. Yeah, I think you might be right. Is it right? Here. Yeah, I think you might be right on that. Are you? It must be this. There's more code that can flip the sprites. Yeah. Silly me. Do you think it's possible that this is bucking? No. You know that bug we have where you walk into a wall and it makes you like jitter back and forth? No, couldn't be, right? Check if it has an offset transform component and then use offset blah 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 instead of global transform. Yeah, but I'm now wondering what the fuck we're doing in linear motion. Or is it the fact that stuff in linear motion previously didn't have a animation component? Like why does linear movement system have this? It's if it's a bullet. Did bullets not used to have an animation component, maybe? There must be a reason for this. Maybe you never noticed it. I guess this is overwriting it. I'm wondering why this wasn't overwriting it, though. Unless you think... Is animation system happening at the end, maybe? But why would I not have noticed this on bullets? I guess bullets have never moved left and right at the same time. Which is a weird sentence. So I guess previously it was just doing the same maths twice? What do you think? So would a bullet moving left be animated? Are previous bullets symmetrical? Back in the day they were. We rewrote them like a stream or two ago. It's possible we just wouldn't have noticed. Okay, hang on a moment. We just need to move the offset calculation stuff in here then, huh? Not the offset, but this shit. Oh, you know what? This is only for flipping and reversing. It's not for rotation. Yeah. Yeah, so this was the only thing setting angle. And when it was backwards, it was flipping in here anyway. Kinda. Like, rotating it around, and then it's getting flipped. So I think when it goes upside down, it actually does... like a... Maybe? Hey, Abdul. Attached... We're doing attached stuff. Like melee weapons. Okay, so it just happened to look good before. Okay. Let me think. I think we can just ignore attached things in here, honestly. I think that's fine as well. If we just ignore attached things and just have them handled in here. What's the difference? I guess I can handle flipping and reversing. Well, I still need the angle thing, so I do still need to have this code on the right. At which point I should probably be excluding bullets from this. So let me just try something. Let me just try something. Probably should have a component to say that it wants to flip and reverse. Let's ignore that for now. This now means the only thing that can flip a bullet is its own systems. Right? And obviously you still look fine. And these still look fine. You know what? I think bullets are symmetrical, not like 360 degrees, but they do have a mirror line halfway down, so you wouldn't notice if it was flipped along the whatever that is called. Yaw? I don't know. Anyway, yeah, sorry, I misunderstood. Right, you're clearly not. Alright. That's looking better. I just realized something. Again, yes, now we probably don't need that start offset. I didn't originally want this, but now we realize that it was a bug that was flipping it again later, based on transform. I just didn't think that code existed. That was really bugging me. Because I thought I was calculating the angle and rotation, or rotation off of the offset, so it was really weirding me that the player moving to the right would affect that. Hey, looking good, Joker. I think. Is it looking good, Joker? Oh. Is there anything I can do about the fact that it's like not perfectly stuck to the player's knife, or do you think it's good enough? Like, it does lag by like frame, or does it? I think that maybe the lag is also just the fact that like the player is not perfectly in line with the crosshair because of the fact that the screen has like exp applied to it, so that try with a faster. Yeah, I was trying with a slower because I was like, it should work with slower at least. But we can try it with let's say 10, and it lasts for 0.05 or something. You guys like Majora's Mask? I like Majora's Mask. I mean, at this speed, you'd never notice. It's too fast, probably. Yeah, it kind of looks fine, doesn't it? Wow. I've made like a murder weapon. I mean, it looks Looks good. Like, if this was a laser rifle and the laser was being attached to the player, this would look just fine. Anyway, this should not be stabbing nearly this fast. Shooting interval should be like this. It's hard to tell on 60 Hz, but it looks pretty good. Nice. Why are you reloading? Anyway, that's the main thing I wanted to do today. Time to go. No, just kidding. Why is it like this? Your firing animation is 4 frames. You shouldn't... No, I'm not going. I'm still here. Don't worry. Still here, 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 still here. Still. Why does it look like it's reloading? Shot sprite frame count 4. And then I exported this as dagger.png. There it is. We should get the spec working. Why does it draw the sprite there for a second? Yeah, half a kilo of tiramisu. What the fuck? How? Sorry, why is the sprite going to the spec weapon for a second? I haven't even implemented the spec weapon yet. That makes no fucking sense. The third row is not even being used. Don't question your eating habits. I will. Are there any new songs from this channel? I can't believe these are already like 6 years old. No. Okay. Damn. Damn, you live like this? What? Why are you drawing the first frame on the next thing? That makes no fucking sense. Why? You have 4 animation frames, right? It's clearly because it's... Oh, okay. Is it... It's just... It's going to the next element in the sprite sheet, right? That's all, I think. Right? Ugh. Why are you doing that? No, not the blank ones. The blank ones are not loaded. It loads this row, shoves it in the street. Loads this row, shoves it in. Oh, I mean in the atlas. This goes in atlas, this goes next to it, this goes next to it. So it's clearly just going +1 where it shouldn't be. So in this bullshit... It's not this bullshit. It's animation time, and then it's in render actor system. When it gets the frame, sprite.sequence. The sequence is incorrect. We weren't seeing this before. If I make it shoot even slower, like every second and a half, how long does it stay in that extra frame for? Should just be for 1 frame, I think. Wait, it's as long as it's reloading? So it's clearly defaulting to not looping. Why don't I have this issue with any other weapon? Maybe I do have this weapon with issue with every other weapon. But because no other weapon has like a spec written down. The frame rate is better. Yeah, don't worry about it right now. So the frame rate is based on something I write in the JSON list. But for weapons, they're not meant to loop. It's meant to play once, and every time it shoots again, it resets the animation time to 0, and that basically just means that it will play the animation once and then stop. What I think is happening is it's playing the animation once plus an extra frame. So it's an off-by-1 error. It just so happens that every other weapon doesn't have a different sprite yet for its spec, so you'd never notice. If I look at Rocket Launcher, I bet if I were to add a red blob here, we'd see this. Now see? So it's just an off-by-1 error. When it's meant to be doing is showing the last animation of its shooting frame. It's clearly just picking the next thing in its in the atlas, which in this case is this. So when I'm loading in the shot frame rate, sorry, shot frame count. Defaulting to 1. We're passing it in. We're passing it in here to load weapon animation. It's just off by 1. Weirdly. Now why is that? We're starting at 0 and we're saying less than. No, we're not. We're passing it in here. Load animation row, frame count. No, I mean this is correct. Otherwise a lot of other shit would be broken. I think it's get frame. So I added this extra section for, this is how everything used to work in loop. Everything after here is if the animation doesn't loop. I don't really like this setting, but it doesn't let you use else after return. There's like a complaint, a fucking compiler warning about it, even though I think this is more like this. Anyway, it's clearly just the case that I thought this was correct, but it's clearly not. It's like off by 1. Frame index is first frame plus uncapped last frame with the frame count. This is incorrect. Frame count -1, yeah. Because frame count... Wait, is that right? Hang on a moment. Oh, I think that is the problem. I just want to work out why that's the problem. Min between uncapped latest frame and frame count. If the frame count is 1, then you'd want the element at 0. I mean, yeah, that's fine for that. But in this case, we're using the shooting animation, which... So I think this calculation is wrong somehow, which doesn't make a lot of sense. I guess here you're doing a remainder sequence frame count. Do I still need to do that in here? No. I'd rather it didn't loop. I'd rather it just got stuck at the end. First frame plus. Oh, it should be this -1, right? Should this not be -1? Because we're getting the first frame, which is at 0. So if we're at the 0th... But then again, maybe uncapped latest frame already gives you 0. I guess this is maybe should have been frame size -1? I don't know. No, this is incorrect. This is off by 2 now. That's crazy. Only plays the first 3 animations. That's not correct, quite. This isn't quite right. I'm wondering if this needs to be still remaindered this. But then I didn't want it to loop, was the problem. Because that's the whole point, it's uncapped. But I just wanted it to max out here. So I thought first frame plus frame count -1. Like intuitively this makes sense, right? You should probably add first frame before doing min. You should probably add... That's... what? Add first frame before doing min. That... yeah? Add first frame before doing min. That's what's... what is first frame? I think it's the first frame? Like, it's the... where the sequence starts. I think it's where it is in the atlas. Yeah. I think this is like a pretty big number. This will be where it is in the atlas somewhere. I think. So we're starting there. And then we want to add the latest frame, which should often be 0. Frame count -1 is correct. Yeah, but it's not quite working. At least with STD min. Because what we just saw was that it was only showing the first 3 frames of a 4-frame. It makes it worse something else is wrong. Okay, that's a fair point. We saw here that the weapons stop. I mean, I guess the rocket launcher look. Yeah, you can see like it doesn't actually draw the last frame. It gets frozen during the second to last frame. See? Actually, let me double check. Is that correct? Oh no, that's correct actually. I think this is correct. Yeah, no, that is the last frame. What I should be doing is switching the sequence at this point. Or, no, actually, no, this is completely correct. I just didn't... It's another case where I just didn't notice something until now. The idea is that firing is not loopable. When we did this originally, I don't want to show the first frame. When we were originally doing this, shooting was looping. And this bug existed. So it was automatically going back to the idle sprite. But the idle sprite is not underneath. The alt sprite is underneath. So now that I've flipped the order in Asperite to have the idle on top and then the alt fire underneath. Yeah. That being said, now I'm thinking like it kind of makes sense to skip straight to the other sequence, but nah, I mean the alt fire will also want to go to the final sequence. So would I also want to let's just add a single frame that's like how it should look when it's finished, you know? Like I think that's okay. Is it? Hang on. Could I maybe add something that says like finished? Or some way calculate that it's finished looping? Well, because basically I'm saying like it would be kind of nice to not have to put the idle sprite at the end of every shooting and alt fire sprite. I might want some weapons to look different at the end. Yeah, but it's like this is the point at which they are still until something happens again. It's a non-looping animation. So for regular non-looping animations, this makes a lot of sense. But actually, I would like a way to know when the animation is done. For another reason, is explosions currently technically loop, and I just stop them after 0.2 seconds and kill it. I just give it a lifetime that is equal to the length of the animation. I would like to have some kind of flag for when the animation is finished, so I can do something with that information. So maybe have it show the last frame, or the first frame, or whatever, probably the last frame. Or a blank frame, even, might be best. Do I have a blank frame somewhere? That might be handy. Maybe I should store a blank animation somewhere. I don't know. Like have it loop and then, or have it, sorry, play through once and then go invisible. No, that'd be annoying. Oh, would it? I don't know. Anyway, hey. Sequence. We have this loop animation. You can just calculate when the animation ends. You don't need the system to tell you. Yeah, but I could also just have like get animation duration. Is that a thing? Oh, you mean writing that in? Animation time larger than equal to get animation duration. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I know the duration. Then I have to constantly check it. Yeah, I think that's fine as well, I guess. Yeah, but the animation time... Will I know that here? Still only be able to check this during drawing. Oh no. I want to return... What was it? Doesn't need animation time. I guess I've just got the sequence frame interval, don't I? Like, I know what frame it's on, right? Do I? I don't know the latest frame. I don't store that. Do I? He is taking control of my computer remotely. I was just going to have a boolean that goes true. Sequence frame count multiplied by sequence frame interval. It's very different to agenic coding, I promise you. Very different. Frame interval. Sequence frame count. Am I updating sequence frame count? I don't know about that. I think animation duration. Oh, you mean later when I'm using this, I can base it on its animation? I'll be honest. I think I just need a function to say like, is animation finished? I just pass in this. Like this will be my use case for it. It'll be return. What is it? Sequence frame count. It's obviously less general. Yeah, but I don't need that yet. I don't want to make a. I don't want to make a generic function without having a need for it yet. Get duration. Oops. I don't know. Larger than or equal to? Probably larger than. Since it has all the data it needs, you can put the get duration method on that. Sorry, is get duration a thing? Or are you telling me to write this? No, you're saying something else. I think this is... Give you the implementation for it. Frame count multiplied by frame interval. I guess this is incorrect, right? Is it? What's wrong with what I've written here? I work out the latest frame. I mean, the code might not be right, but the idea was I just want a bool. Tells you if it's finished. So it tells you if the latest frame would be larger than the max number of frames. I think that does the job, doesn't it? I might need to adjust this like a little bit. It'll be something like this. I think that roughly works, doesn't it? You want me to write your get duration? I can do that if you like. You want me to put this in? Here you go. Man, I love game dev programming. What's wrong? Loads? Get duration. Into sequence. Oh, whoops. Is frame count something... Like, does this make any sense to you? Like, this frame count doesn't... This is max duration. This is like the animation... Okay, cool. Okay. Animation time is larger than sequence instead of is animation finished. Potato, but yeah, that's true. It's nice to know the length of the animation, I suppose. You can do my coding for me. That? Might want to extract this somewhere. I guess less than or equal to, technically. You can be at this. Let's try that. Looks good. Does it? Hang on a moment. I added an extra fucking sprite. Let's undo that. No, I didn't. Hang on. Did I not? Hang on, there's two revolver PNGs? Why does a sprite let you do that? Less than is better. But if it's at there, is that not correct? Could land on the edge and wrap back to 0 if looping. But then less than or equal to means it won't be on that last frame for its full duration. Which is maybe fine? Interesting. I think when you do set sequence, it does a... Do you see this? I don't think you see this on stream. Let me try and show this to you. This will be kind of hard to show on stream. But look carefully at... My face is in the way. Look carefully at the sprite for that knife. You see it? Do you see it? Hey, potatoes. You see it shifting slightly.
Will he hear wolf loof?
Why am I'm not doing this onto myself. What's happening here? It's shifting back to the idle sprite. You can look in the bottom right of the HUD to see what it should look like, right? Normal. Over here, it's clearly doing some kind of rounding, right? When give some code to shift it. I think when we're switching sequences or something, it's making some adjustment. Like it's doing some rounding on its transform or something. Anyway, what I'm getting at is I wonder if this is relevant with the ongoing bug where occasionally you see a seam in the world. I know that's obviously in a shader and it's nothing to do with how this sprite is being drawn. But food for thought. Looks kind of fucked to me. Thanks, Potatoes, for the fucking 98 months. Hang on, how many fucking years is that? 98 divided by 12. Fucking 8 years. Do you have some code that shifts it based on cooldown? It's this. But what I'm saying is, I wonder if updating the sequence somehow is shifting it. I don't know why that would be the case, but I just wonder. Might be nothing, but it's weird that it happens at the same delay as animation speed. You can find out by answering. This is the code that changes it based on cooldown. You have some code that shifts it based on cooldown. Not the sequence, the offset. The offset of the gun? Origin modifier. Good find, maybe? Could add this stuff in as well. That being said, is something in here? You can comment it out and compare. Yeah, that's a good idea. Good suggestion. Yeah, it could just be the case that if the hang on a moment, let me have a look. Obviously the gun looks exactly the same as it did earlier. It looks really shit when it doesn't move. Can't tell, hang on. Get out of here, dude. Yeah, it's not shifting. It's not shifting. I am seeing those lines more and more recently. I don't know if I'm losing my mind. Yeah, it's definitely something to do with this. Maybe it's that the origin, the mass is just too low. It's just not, it's just barely impacting it. You saw the lines too, yeah. It's really fucking annoying. I was wondering, by the way, if I set the mass to negative, does it stick the knife out the front? I kind of thought it might. Yeah, the mass might just be too low to actually make a difference. Yeah, it does stick out front, that's funny. Yeah, this weapon cooldown remainder 3 thing, I can adjust that now. Maybe. Give it a mass of 10. Knives are heavy. This thing... Well, I specifically only stick it out a third of its shooting interval. Which I think is fine. Switch to fixed point for your transforms. Does that not make my game, which is at a very low resolution, suddenly become quite jarring because there's only 144 pixels or something on the width of the screen? For some reason, D and S are slower compared to W and A, and you don't know why. How are you adding the... How does your code work? Not if your fixed point coordinates have enough subtile bits. I don't particularly want to overhaul my entire transform system now. I've just got to imagine that there's a solution in the shader somewhere for this. Because ideally, I'd still like the game to work at that low resolution. I don't really want to enforce like 720 minimum, although it's probably okay. I don't particularly want to rewrite all of those systems. I just feel like that there must be a better way. Sixteen bits for the coordinate, 16 bits for the subtile. I'll be honest with you, it's too late in development to start completely refactoring my transforms. It's been way too late for something like that, and I'm not going to do that change now. I would rather quit development than sit here and refactor everything like that. I have other stuff on my to-do list. It's never too late to refactor. It's never too late to just do something else with my evening. Go play RuneScape, you know? I would rather find a workaround for that than to refactor literally fucking everything. That sounds like a terrible waste of my evenings. Without the guarantee that it even looks better. Like, I'd potentially do that and then undo it because it just looks worse. Oh, I'm sure it looks better. Anyway, I got the dagger thing working. Hey, Bowser. It's enough work to just not bother doing it. I would rather the game had a occasional bug with screen tearing than spend like 20 hours redoing all that shit. I would much rather pull my hair out. How you doing, Bowser? I'm now 50% over the... How do I say it? I'm now 1.5 times the drop rate on Basilisk Jaw. Anyway, that was one thing I wanted to get done. That's now taken me 2.5 hours, so that's lovely. Was that even... Yeah, that was in my to-do list. You're doing leagues. Awesome. Okay, let's do some right clicks. That sounds like fun, right? I want to make it so when you write... You feel like the gap on effects. Yeah, I thought so too. I want to make it so when you right click, it plays this animation, and I want to actually have it twice. So 96 times 2 is 180. Wait, what is it? 96 times 2 is 192? Is that right? I've done a lot of, well, a lot. For me, I've done a lot of Shade Slayer recently, Bowser. You got over 10k points now in League. Nice. Good loot? No, not really. I've done a lot of Necreal tasks, not got really much. I've done another Basilisk's task, nothing. That's most of it, actually. Just that shit takes so long. I have a Black Demon's task again, though, so maybe I'll finally get my Zenites that I'm dry on. I should have had 4 by now, and I've gotten 1, so that's awesome. Double check the shader code. Yeah. Just not now. We'll do that another time. I don't want to. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I've got 12 animations in there. Alt-fire sprite frame count. You never said no. Yep. I love Trello because I can just put these things in a tab and then never look at it again. I mean, look at it later when it annoys me enough. Okay. Alt-firing. Alt-firing. We have shooting. Alt-firing should be like shooting. Ish. So, this is kind of the confusing bit. I don't fully know how I want this to work. We talked about maybe just making the sprite like big and just animating it, but now I'm thinking like I've got this offset thing. Maybe I could just calculate a path? Or is that too much work? Because obviously I can just make the sprite bigger. But how hard is it to set the start offset to be down there and then move in a rotation? It doesn't need to change any angles or anything. It just needs to get the player's position and spawn it here and then go like that and then like that. How hard would that be? It's a semicircle. So we start at an offset. And then we just need to draw, like, an offset from it. How does that, what would you call that? Like a orbiting. Because I would like to know how orbiting works anyway. I wanted some enemies when they're strafing, instead of just going up, down, left, right, orthogonal, I'd like them to orbit. So I'd kind of like to have the code for orbiting at least. It would be nice if I had something as simple as rotate left around parent and then rotate right around parent, or clockwise and counterclockwise. You do in several places if you think about it. I mean, I do when I'm moving the mouse around, the weapon in your hand orbits. So maybe I could reuse some code from there. Instead of linear motion, it could be rotational linear motion or something. I don't know. Maybe offset could have a rotation, indeed, but it would be baked off. It would be based off the start offset, so I would probably want to bring that back if I deleted it. So you could rotate based off the start offset. It sounds like fun, at least. I don't know if it's necessarily smart, but it sounds like fun. Bake off. Yeah, that's what I said. Do I have food in here? I've got like a cereal bar in my bag. Okay, let's do this. Now it's weird because it's not going to be firing a bullet. I guess for now it can fire a bullet. I'll set its radius times. In this case, radius would be. Oh, I'd have to see what. I'd have to use a different fucking component. I want to reuse the offset transform component we've got now. Is this the code we were using? Radius multiplied by cosine time multiplied by angular velocity and sine time multiplied by angular velocity. Angular velocity is a constant, I guess. It'll be like 1 or -1, for example. This is just for moving an offset in a circle. Okay, I can use that knowledge. Thank you. This frame here is going to look a little weird, I think. Anyway. Let me think. In a weapon system... No. Yes. How do I know if you're firing again? Shooting interval. Is holding attack. This is it. Is holding attack. We have our now is holding alt fire thing. So... My thought, I don't know if it makes a lot of sense, was like, if you alt fire, it should use the same cooldown as your main one, but it should be larger. So shooting interval, we should also have something to say how long the alt fire, or we just double it for now, but like alt fire should take a different amount of time from regular shooting. What I could say is... I don't really know how this works, that current system. I'd like it to use... it's because we're using a countdown loop here. Having 2 countdown loops is a little weird. I'm basically suggesting using the same loop. That just makes a lot of sense. Actually, I guess it... weapon cooldown. How would I share a cooldown with 2 different intervals? You always want to move in a semicircle. For now, yeah, that's just what the attack's going to do. This particular attack will do that. I also plan on making a revolver right-click where it goes like like you fanning the hammer with it. You know? I don't know how that sprite would look, but you get the idea. So maybe with this... It could, It could go up and down over the special. So I think having, like, moves that generally allow me to rotate would be nice. It doesn't have to hit the whole semicircle. Because obviously I can have code to make it bounce back at the end of a set. Let's not worry about that for now. Angle velocity use cooldown ratio die. Well, that's specifically for a full semicircle. I won't always want that. I'm kind of okay if it doesn't actually hit a full semicircle. That's some nice code you got there. Oops, that's not worked. I used to listen to this music a lot when we were streaming Minecraft. Don't know if you remember. don't know if this really makes sense. Considering it doesn't normally have a... Probably should have one of these, huh? The animation's looking a little suggestive. You need to spend more time outside. You scale cooldown ratio with start plus cooldown ratio. Thanks, Donut. My previous question about potentially reusing a cooldown. I would like to make it so shooting and alt firing. Oh, this is about that. Okay, this is not about that. My plan is to write a system where you can fire your gun normally. Let's say it fires every second. Just fine. If you right click and your gun is off cooldown, it'll do some special move. Alt firing, and then that cooldown will now be like 2 seconds, for example, and you can't fire or alt fire for 2 seconds. And then when that goes down, you can fire again every second, or alt fire every 2 seconds, whatever. Maybe I should just have a secondary cooldown, because I'm also thinking that some weapons might have a special attack that's on a different cooldown to regular attacking. It'd be weird to have a weapon that has a special move every 60 seconds and not let you fire it every normal time, for example. So maybe I'll just have a second cooldown, and then decide per weapon how I want this to work. I just make it so you can't... Maybe alt firing triggers the normal cooldown loop. So like, you can't do your special swing and then immediately stab. It does the special swing and then waits the normal delay between stabs. So if your sniper rifle had a right click that shot a rocket, you'd still have to wait the normal cooldown plus a sniper rifle bullet. Otherwise you'd shoot a rocket and then immediately shoot your sniper rifle after if you held left and right click. So I think I'll just have a second cooldown. I'm also going to change this to see where this breaks. Maybe my calves are so big because I'm always shaking my legs. Just a thought. Let's see. Where are you breaking? Auto reload progress remaining. Yeah, I don't know yet how I'm going to draw the special attack cooldown. It might just be a secondary little pie chart or something. I might actually completely change how I'm drawing weapon cooldowns. But for now, let's just do it like this. I'll think about that in the future. Let's just say it's ×2 for now. You're going to be playing Reaper with your friends soon. Have fun, Bowser. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your evening. I can do stuff at the end of this loop, right? Something like, this is the normal attacking thing. Well, actually, hang on. Let me just think for a second. Is this the only two places we're using the firing stuff? No. Oh, okay. Animation system's also using it for the recoil, obviously. Somewhere in here is also using it. This is where we're drawing the sprites. So we'll do it like this. To do, replace this with some alt firing thing. I need to stop it from spawning quite so many mice. This needs to be like 1% or something. Even though it seems to spawn a bunch. Whatever. Alright. She looks okay with the rotating stuff. It's DMing me. Friends. I'm gonna grab some of the shit for now, just to do something when you attack. Just to have some effect happen. I might move this into its own function. And just change what you're firing at the end. I might do that now, actually. Yeah, hang on. That looks okay even without the radial thing, huh? I will add the radial thing. There's too many mice. Hang on. Just do this first. Let's change it to suit shooting control ×3. Why are there still so many of you? 1% chance my fucking ass. I'll just need to store somewhere how long the alt fire takes, as well as the cooldown. Oh. Because I could always do this, obviously. Could base it on the animation length. Do I base it on the animation length? Yeah. Right? This fucking rubbish. Jeez. And that's fucking egregious. I wonder if for like the dagger's spec it should go invisible and this should be spawned as a bullet. Night Lemons, thanks for popping in. How do I know? This isn't right. The animation duration, that's not right either. The old parentable is 3 seconds, and the animation duration is 1 second. And it's alt firing if the cooldown is larger than 2. Which this is. That's true. Let's test it, I guess. What am I doing? I guess this is fine as well. Am I okay? Yeah, I'm just busy. I don't know. That's good advice, though, Mystic. I small. Oh, I see, Mystic. This won't quite work. It's a little off. What am I cooking? I don't know. Alt fire. Something. It's the dagger. I think instead of whatever time I'm putting in here, it should be bright animation time, maybe. Yeah, I want to make it rotate around the player. We're getting close. I'm making progress. See this function. Shit's so fucking confusing, but it's not. That's the horrible part. Well, you know, multiplication. Like animation system should not be ticking up during the pause screen. True. Hmm. I accidentally hit gold here with this. Hmm. Problematic. You're going to rewrite your game in Odin. Just launched it after 2 months of not touching it and it runs at 30 instead of 120. What did your game look like before rewrite? I'll show you what my game used to look like. If I can, fucking hell. Where's my playlist for this? Here we go. Scroll in this playlist. Scroll down in this. You'll see how it used to look. You want to look for season 1. So 5 years ago. Has it really been 3 years since we started this rebuild? God, I'm so fucking slow. Anyway, it looks okay. We need a hitbox that follows this, or at least sits in front of you. I mean, we could just spawn like an explosion in front of us, I guess. You should try getting that path with the progress less than 0.5 thing. What do you mean? If it's halfway through the animation, then the angular velocity is this, otherwise the angular velocity is that. And the whole thing is based on animation time, which is reset to 0 when you start firing. Makes sense to me. Anyway, now we have a problem. It's not incremental, so halfway through it will flip if the angular velocity has been negative the entire time. I don't get what you're talking about. As if? You'll flip as if it had been negative. I don't understand what you're talking about. Does this work? This looks the way I made it look. Does this... What's wrong? There does seem to be a single frame at the end where it's kind of fucked. Maybe it should be a duration +1. It's not wrong, that's what's confusing you. I don't understand what you're complaining about. I'm so sorry. This looks basically the way I pictured it. I will say there's like a final frame of it looking kind of fucked at the end. That's just because it flicks back to the main animation immediately. Right, I just need to have a hitbox that sits in front of you now, which I haven't really written yet. There's an off by 1 error somewhere. It draws the like first, or like the last sprite of the alt fire attack. If you alt fire and then immediately do a normal attack. Oh god, I've made a mining game. Are you sure what you told me earlier was correct, Donut? I feel like I agree. I think you're correct. I don't know. Just something about something being equal to something else. I think that was true, but I wasn't getting this graphical bug before then, or maybe I was. It seems to be that somewhere else, maybe up here. Let's change it to this. It seems to show the like first, like a frame of the alt fire animation when it shouldn't. Yeah. No, I agree. I'm just wondering where I've introduced this off by 1 error. I think I know where it is. Discord is down. Damn. There must be a nicer fix than this. I can check if Discord's working for me. Something's wrong in here. Oh, yeah, Discord's down for me as well. In the Netherlands. I think I might know what it is. It doesn't necessarily know if you're attacking or alt firing, I guess. So... make any sense? Can you try whatever you've just given me? Yeah, sure. I've just realized that the problem is it checking the wrong window. Like if this is time, and like this is 0 seconds, let's say it takes 1 second to shoot normally, or like 3 seconds to alt fire. I want it to... But like the animation for the alt fire could also be this long. The animation for the shooting could be this. I think it's using the wrong logic to pick what sprite to draw. Because the idea was meant to be, if it was like this, like if the cooldown on alt fire is larger than the cooldown of alt fire minus its animation time, then it's alt firing in this chunk. Otherwise, yeah, stupid. I should just have a thing saying like what it's currently doing. I don't know. It's inferring where it shouldn't be. I guess I could store last attack. Instead of just shot, I could also store like last attacked, most recent sprite, last attacked, like attacking with, alt fire attack. Just shot is a it's used for something. I don't remember. It's like it's immediately turned off somewhere. It's like, oh, it's used here to reset the animation time back to 0. So I could get rid of that and move it around. I don't know. What's in the cards? Melee weapon, special attack. That should help. Try origin is minus radius multiplied by a where a is this. Oh, rad is radius, right? That's what I said. I said that. Right? I said the right thing. Yeah, I'll try that in a second. I just want to see if I've solved this thing that was working. Hey, Audibush. It's this. Like, they got the dagger working. At the start of the stream, we spent about 2 hours making it stick to the player properly and animate properly, so you can see it's stuck to you when you move around, like a melee weapon should. Does that include its hitbox? It does. That's nice. I didn't even check that. Oops. Yeah, that works. I've now been working on this. Alt fire. You press, instead of left click, you press right click and it does something on a different cooldown. Yeah, it's no longer infinite flying daggers. I just saw the main sprite go off by like a little bit. Okay, it's still drawing the wrong sprite for a second. I don't know why. I'll check your thing just now, Donut, sure. Always make it positive. Okay. Ten. Okay. Now what? It's not doing the 2 swings that I'd written it to do. Looks weird. It's also now like changed over time. Maybe I wrote it wrong? The 0.5f thing doesn't really matter for this right now. Did I write your thing correct? A is 0.5 times pi plus animation time multiplied by angular velocity. Origin is minus radius times... What was this meant to do? This is not what I wanted to have. This is not the behavior that I wanted. I don't really get what the problem is with what I originally had. It looked fine to me. I'll be honest, this just looks quite a bit worse. You wanted to go up and down. I can change it to that. Sorry, can you explain what you were trying to change? What was wrong with what I had before? Is this doesn't work anymore. Make it go in a semicircle. Is what you tried to do. It exactly reaching a semicircle is not really something I'm that worried about. Whatever I had before was fine. There'll be some weapons that only go up and down like a little bit. Like if I have the revolver doing like the fan the hammer thing, I just want it to go like a tiny bit many times. Which I could have done with the code I had before. But what was supposed to estimate if the velocity is higher than pi? Okay. But again, what are you trying to fix? This seems buggier than the other one. Let me double check that I'm not talking up my arse. What was wrong with this? You said something. It might have something. This is doing exactly what I wanted to do. It does have that same weird behavior I was talking about before with the other one, but whatever. Let me do the up and down version. So it does half a semicircle in the quarter amount of time, or in half the amount of time. I just saw the sprite do that weird offset thing. I don't think it's an issue with the tiling shader, don't I? Because I keep seeing the side of the character also like show some extra pixels to the side. I kind of like what I had before. But yeah, sure, go for it. You can have this. Only happened to work, but it did work, is the point. Oh, is your point that like it would flip upside down if I increase the velocity? Because I did see that. With your version, if I increase the velocity, it goes beyond half, right? Is that what you're saying? Because then that makes sense. If that's what you're suggesting. Right? With my one, if I would set velocity, or not my one, with the one we had before, if I set the velocity to 15 instead of 10, it did flip, indeed. If that's what you're saying that this fixes? Alright, well, okay, let me try and fix this thing where when you left click, it shows the first frame of the wrong animation for a moment, because I don't know what's causing that. Should just make you start with a dagger. Yeah, you can see the player, like, being off there. It must be something to do with the exp thing in the camera, maybe. Because it shifts the player around, like, in a slightly weird way, or it feels like it does. I think it's the offset origin. What's that? Yeah. Let's leave this in for now. I don't know if the recoil thing is really that big of a deal here. I'm gonna play TP now. Wow, wait, why is it drawing the second thing but invisible? Fuck. What? Oh, it's because this is constantly changing it. That makes sense. How would you modify this donut to have multiple times? So instead of just up once and down once. The hairline pixel issues are really odd unless you're using huge numbers. Couldn't one tile be exactly 1.0f? Yeah. I think that as the camera moves around, and we're performing our exponential decay, there's like, or something, there's something in here that is adjusting it such a slightly wrong way. Obviously, if we rounded this stuff or floored it, it would maybe fix those problems, but then the game would look jittery as fuck. And I'd rather have these occasional hairline fractures than have the game be jittery as fuck. There'll be something in amongst all of this. I think the sprite atlas is slightly the wrong subpixel coordinate. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Alright, what are you writing? I actually see them, like, I just saw them right now. They seem to be more common than before. It's not quite it. Why are you at the wrong position for a frame? Explain yourself. Look, for like one frame, it's way off to the side. Why? 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 A is limit times 2 minus A. Oh, that makes sense. Okay, well, why? Wait. No, your mass is 5. Yeah, it's not using the wrong sprite. This isn't quite it, maybe I wrote it wrong? Okay. You know why it's weird when you go over the top? It's because it flips horizontally. It'd be easier to tweak now. I know you said it just worked before, but doesn't it also like just work now? So you can tweak the limit on this. Why is the offset slightly wrong? I mean, I just wanted to increase the velocity. It doesn't seem to go further than the limit. Which makes sense. Is this better? It's different. Nothing is saying go to the left, so why the fuck does it keep starting off to the left for a frame? Why? Don't fully, but sure. 90 degrees clockwise, straight down. Should it flip when you're flipping around? I feel like it shouldn't. Maybe it shit. This is fine. Look at all these pixel off by 1 errors. Can't wait for the melee projectile to be modified by some crazy range mutation. Oh yeah, you just set the range as big as you want. I don't really know how to handle this with like the flipping thing. Because I was also thinking like maybe I should have spawned a projectile when you ult fire. And then that way it doesn't flip with you. Yeah, I couldn't remember the flip it had when it started. Look at the tile shader. I want to spawn... You can look at this on the side for a minute. I'm gonna try and work on spawning in that hitbox that sticks to you. Let me think. Spawn explosion. Is it basically just an explosion? Spawn sticky hitbox. I'm stupid. Making a game difficult. It's pretty hard. It can be as hard as you want it to be. So I make things unnecessarily complicated. I think you can, if you want to start your journey, I'd say then you're ready. It's all passion. All passion stuff. That's good to hear. I think you'll be alright, as long as you care. Thanks, it's a good song. Thanks. You saw something in the shader that could be relevant. Okay. One day you do something similar. Please do. By all means. It seems to draw that last frame for like another second. Sorry, the game's in the way from you looking at the shader, isn't it? You're passionate about learning C++. That's good to hear. Oh, that explains it. Try adding floor around fragment tile in map data before converting to IVEC2. Certainly. The linter is angry at me. Is it a good idea to use CMake? Yes, I would recommend using CMake for your C++ game. That sounds sensible. Why is this hitbox not sticking to me the same way that the knife hitbox does? Annoying because we can't really recreate that bug. If you have, then that sounds fun. And my headphones cable's stuck. Here we go. Sticky hitbox transform. In our offset transform system, you're only looking for bullets, or you need linear motion. Okay, well, Now it will stick. Hello, Bloom. I mean, I've started scratching my head like a crack addict here, so I don't know if it's necessarily healthy to be sitting here for 5 hours straight, but... Alright, now the hitbox is stuck to us. We need it to do that same rotation thing that the main player is doing. So... start position, angled vector... relative x, bullet origin x, additional x. I don't want this. This crap. Alright, I've had a thought. It might not look like it. Your window doesn't have multi-sampling enabled, does it? I don't think so. I'll have to have a look. Give it a Google, Mystic. I'm sure you're using some kind of build system, and if not, good work. Transform and rotate. Pixel centers. You think I'm in the center of a pixel, but like sometimes it's off by just a touch. Don't know if this really works. The code assumes the pixel origin isn't at the bottom left when it's actually at the center. It probably ends up working out somewhat fine as long as precision is high enough, but as soon as it's slightly imprecise, it breaks down. That sounds like a good estimate. Where's the spec that says where the pixel center would be for this version? Do I just plus equals delta time? I'm pretty sure the center. The question is just if the shader code takes it into properly or not. How would I... I just saw them. They actually seem to be offset. I saw the bugs again, so whatever we did earlier didn't fix anything. Thought these would default to 0.f. Looks nice. Shouldn't be after the size. Should be before. Tile size in this case is 16. Yeah, it should be about the sampling, right? So should it be this? Could this be flawed? Oh. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's clearly not working. Wrong. Shouldn't be the sprite. It's the actual transform I want to rotate. want to translate it and then move it. But the code we had before was additive. This isn't working here. It gets moved way too much. I guess I should put this stuff in there. Floor coords plus vec2 0.5. That to its global transform instead of the local one. Yeah. All coords. This it equals plus. It's too late for this. It's 5 hours. I don't toggle full screen. I mean, maybe the hitbox is rotating. This doesn't make sense. If you're looking for what I was talking about, it'll be last line after yellow bracket. This. I can certainly try. Everything looks normal. Unfortunately, we don't really have a way of, like, recreating it other than just toggling full screen a few times. Yee. Does the map still do it? I don't know. I don't know how to recreate this. That was one of the problems with it. We just have to, like, keep doing other stuff and just see if it still happens. And if it stops happening, then it's stopped. Somehow I fucked with the normal one. Interesting. It looks, for now, okay. At least it hasn't gotten worse. You need to be at 2x render scale. You think so? This is 2x. I guess I can make it squished horizontally so you can see it better. This is 2x, I think. Then larger window, not smaller. This is 2x resolution. You can't tell because of OBS. If I 2x it, if I make it full screen like this, this is now like 10x resolution or whatever. I'll go full screen. This is full screen. Oh, that seems fine. It is good. I owe you a smiley face. So far, it looks good, I'd say. Maybe you fixed it? Maybe you're the world's greatest? I have no way of recreating it, which is kind of like a pain in the ass. Maybe you are. If you fixed it, then can you also fix this other bug where I'm walking into a corner and it does this? Sprite shader might need the same treatment. I think so, yeah. Because I've seen my sprite do that too. But that would be something in libdonut, right? Question mark? I'm just using the default shader, I think. Okay, well, we'll just keep that in mind. Can we, that's excellent work. If you've gotten that working, KML? Yeah. What a bug is because you need to be pushed up out of distance. Yeah, well the problem is, it only happens on some corners. And it should be happening correctly. I'm not focusing on that now. I want to focus on this thing. I want there to be a floating hitbox in front of the player whose animation matches whatever the dagger is doing here. So you see the dagger is swinging in and out. In fact, maybe I'll even make the dagger I might make the hitbox I'm doing now do this dagger animation and delete it from the player. But right now, obviously, the hitbox either doesn't move or it moves way too quick. So I've got this code now in offset system where if we actually want to handle this, default into 0. I don't really know why this is. Don't know why this is applying in stab animation. Shouldn't be. Yeah, this should not. Oh, isn't equal to 0. I'm still fucking dumb. Yeah. I fixed that one thing. Oh, hang on. What the fuck is going on in here? Alright, we're getting somewhere. You're not using it. You're not using it as your limit. This is funny. It's being updated clearly, like, constantly. Oh, you're right. Hang on. I don't know if the minus 0.5 thing still makes sense. Maybe it should just be this. Because we're not setting it absolutely, right? Or is it? Yeah, I think that's more correct. Minus 0.5 makes sense to start by default, but it's already got a transform. It should be an offset to its current position. This is using like the sticky transform code, remember? So I still want it to use the same like stick to the player logic as everything else. So it should be just at 0. It shouldn't. This is correct. It's minus 0.5 pi really. Actually no, this is off. The initial angle, not the offset. Why is this more correct than it was? Anyway, that's next. You always do translate, rotate in that order, right? Should probably be its own parameter. Initial angle. Sure. Why is it not doing damage? I guess it's not an explosion or a bullet. Okay, I saw like the sprite, edge of the sprite look weird for a second, but I've not seen the tiles do it for a while. Scale, rotate, translate. Oh shit, have I put them in the wrong order? It also seems to be following... Which is wrong. Rotate, translate. I should be doing this first? It depends on what you're doing. Okay. So I'm getting the offset based off its linear velocity. In this case, that's 0, so it doesn't really matter. I'm then getting the transform. It's basically just being treated as a offset. Constant offset. Right? So maybe I should calculate it like that. Like, low angular offset. Actually, am I using this offset rate? I am, yeah. Angular offset is 0. Offset offset. Do this. And then I can do it whenever. Not sure what the problem is. angular offset is not correct. Basically, I want to mirror what I'm doing here. It doesn't make sense. I'm sorry, I'm just too fucking tired for this. Like, I want to keep track of how much I'm offsetting the angle, rather than constantly adding to the transform. Maybe it doesn't matter. Look, I'll show you the problem. It should be easy enough. Jesus, what? Rebuild the whole thing, don't you? With the hitbox to follow the same path as the sprite? Yes. And the hitbox obviously doesn't need to rotate or anything either. So, you can see it's doing this right now. Whatever the fuck that is. I'm just guessing that it's just constantly bouncing between a bunch of positions. Because if you pause it, it looks pretty normal, obviously. It's just a single hitbox. It's also like, it's just not correct. This other one does like a half semicircle, then a full semicircle. This one does like, fuck knows. It goes halfway until it hits the limit and then goes the whole way around. But it goes twice as fast as it should. It's twice as fast as it should. It looks the same, just with different values. Are they even the same? What are you saying? What are you saying? Limit angular velocity. They should be the same. Let's have another look. Let's have another look. So, radius is 0.5, angular velocity is 10, limit is 0.6. Come on, Linter. I know you know what you're doing. Offset radius, 0.5. Velocity, 10. It doesn't like the last one. It's angular limit. These are the same. Right? The different thing is also this animation time. Maybe this is key to look at. When the hitbox spawns, it doesn't... How much time costs to learn C++? 5 minutes. It has a time since spawned value of 0. And I am adding delta time to that. In offset system. This thing. So does animation system not do the same thing? It just adds delta time, right? So that should be using basically the same, right? The time thing. Starts at 0, counts up with delta time. Should be the same, I think. It's different here. If I turn off the transform stuff, and it's a bit odd to do that in update instead of tick. Okay, I'm just copying what we're doing in animation time. Is our game running at like significantly faster offset system? Tick info doesn't have delta time, does it? There's no delta time in here. Or do you mean to do the rotation? If you mean the rotation, then that's maybe a fair point. But still, it's tied to time, so... It's a hitbox, by the way. It's like an invisible hitbox. Hi, hello. It's 11 o'clock, it's too late for this. Game logic tick shouldn't depend on variable rate updates. Yeah? Don't really know a different way to do this in this case. You can just add tick interval. Is that the same as delta time in here? Also cool. No worries. What tools am I using? I'm using VS Code by Microsoft. It's the same effect. Okay. Oh. Okay, why is the time, like, way off? Like, it does the half circle so much faster than the other thing. I don't know about this. It's weird that it's different. Well, it makes sense. I want to backseat too much. Are you resetting time since spawned? No. When it's created, it's 0. You can backseat a little bit. Oh, I'm so fucking tired. Too long. It's 5 hours. 5 hours is too long for this, with no break. We're doing it differently because in the animation system, we're directly setting the origin. We're directly setting it. Different every time you swing. Yeah, it's fucked, isn't it? Whereas over here, we're not directly setting it, we're adding it to the current transform position. So I'm imagining that means it gets out of whack. So that's why I wanted to have a separate variable to keep track of it. Is it different every time I do it? It looks like the same every time. Setting the transform every time. I don't know if this shows obviously. Oh, it doesn't show on screen. On my screen, this thing you can't see on your screen. It looks different to you. On mine, it looks like this. But I think it's just doing it. It's updating insanely fast. So I think on stream, all you can see is like this, right? On mine, it's happening so fast that it looks like a bunch of cylinders. Okay? Like, you might be seeing this, but I'm seeing all these cylinders. So it means it's constantly recalculating a slightly different one in update. It's not visible at all. I can't even capture a screenshot because it's like... I'd have to record it on my phone or something. What kind of transformer data you have? I have previous and current position. That's it. And for the offset, we have offset. Which is the offset. That's kind of it. You wanted to parent. No, that's already done. That's the parenting is done. That's what happens with when you normally run around and swinging the knife. The hitbox that spawns from the normal like stab attack. This is already parented. You see this like yellow white flash. This is it working perfectly with linear motion and stuff. I want there to use a hitbox that uses the same logic as that. As this hitbox. This hitbox moves just fine with the linear velocity, see? I want one here that rotates, just like that one, and also sticks to the player. Looking at it, we update this stuff. So maybe I actually do this work up here. Can you copy the weapon's world position directly? The weapon in the player's hand, I'd have to calculate it, because it's not real. The weapon isn't a thing. There's a player with an inventory and a current weapon, and there's a sprite, there's all sorts. I could probably grab the sprites, this shit, maybe? I mean, I could try. Why not? Look. If I, instead of calculating it, I could get the sprite. No, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. The collision hull has nothing to do with the weapon. I'd have to add a shit ton of weird workarounds to somehow relate this hitbox to the player's current weapon. It's not worth it. Because of updating the weapon's local offset to make it animated instead of doing it in the animation system. Sorry? You mean the sprite origin? Yeah, so leave the sprite origin alone. On the hitbox white in the head. Yeah, well, yeah, but I would generally like to have the ability to have something that moves. I could obviously just spawn a giant hitbox in front of me, but that's not what I'm going for here. Otherwise I would have just gone to bed. Maybe I should just go to bed. I just want to look at this. I just had a thought, which is moving with the linear velocity works just fine. Maybe I could just do this. Fuck's sake. That's way fucking off. You see this? It also just seems to be ignoring its, like... Looks kind of cool. Yeah, but it's also, like, not doing what it should. I really don't know about this thing. You make the offset happen programmatically in tick. That can drive the hitbox and the sprite without having to animate its origin. Is the work I'm doing here not that? You still have the origin animated. Ignore the sprite. Ignore the sprite. The sprite doesn't exist. It doesn't matter. Ignore the sprite. Completely ignore it. Close your eyes. This doesn't exist. This thing I'm writing to programmatically angle something around the player in the offset system is that, right? Whether or not I want to attach this to a bullet with that dagger animation as its sprite, whatever. But this system here is that offset thing, right? We've got something happening here. It's not quite right yet. I don't know why. No any graphics API. SDL2 and OpenGL. It's easier to get a sprite to follow a transform without any special offset than it. Ignore the sprite. Just pretend that there's no drawing. Just nothing. Origin and angle. It's highly relevant. It's not. I'm just trying to get a transform on the screen to rotate around something. If I tried Vulkan, no. Look, I mentioned earlier, I will probably remove the sprite origin stuff and just put the sprite on this thing. So if I can get this thing working, they will be. Just pretend. I'm going to delete this. This is to be deleted in the future. Off it goes. So it's just. Wait, something else. How? What I'm functionally doing is making it so you spawn a bullet that's stuck to the player and orbits around in some way. That's kind of it. I'm just wondering, I'm not necessarily asking you lot to come up with formulas. I'm just wondering what's wrong with this current thing I've got. What do I do for a living? I'm a software engineer. What do you do for a living, Mr. YouTube chatter? I already have a system that lets you attach transforms to things. Why is it so silly to have that also do more? Does that make sense? You're also a software engineer. That's cool. What kind of industry are you in? What languages do you use? Like, it shouldn't do more. It already moves stuff along with a linear velocity. So when the dagger fires, the bullet goes in a straight line. That's already in here. Python, that's cool. I don't know a lot of Python developers. It doesn't feel like a stretch to have it also angle. You do C++ as a hobby. Are you also working on a game? Is it so stupid to look at the code we have on the right, where we adjust an origin of something with some formula that works, and then to apply that to the actual transform? It doesn't feel stupid, right? The way I've done it's not working, obviously, but I just thought that's what you should do. That's what I'm trying to do. I basically want this line here, which updates the offset. I guess it doesn't have to be the offset. This is maybe one of the problem. I think it does need to be on the transform. So like this. What's wrong? Make a bullet that has different zero velocity and update its position manually. This bullet has 0 velocity. It's also not a bullet. It's not a bullet at all. But it has 0 velocity. There's no velocity here. It's just got its transform that's being stuck to the player. That's what's happening. And it already is rotating, it's just doing it weirdly. I'm just gonna start fucking around with stuff. Maybe I can just work it out by trial and error. Angular limit. So, before, this is still happening in update. Still don't know about this, like, minus 0.5 thing. You said it so it makes it start in the south. But sure. Angular velocity is still 10. That's the same. I could try halving it. I don't think that's really going to help. It does feel like it happens twice as fast. It feels weird that... Like, that feels stupid, honestly. Right. It's a little better. I don't know why it needs to... I don't know why it feels this way. But it does. Like, something's happening at the wrong times for me to have to halve the angular velocity to get the same behavior, right? I guess before you were doing this minus... radius thing. I don't really think that's necessarily it. As explained earlier. Oh, thanks, Donut. Position is A times M times local position, so that will be our offset. A is the parent's attachment frame matrix. M is the local transformation matrix. Both have the form TRS. T is translation, R is rotation, and S is scale. Each matrix can be simplified to a pair of vec2 offset mat2 basis. Mat2 basis. And can be applied as v is offset plus basis multiplied by v. T is an offset with an identity basis. R is a mat2. What is a mat2? Cosine A, sine A, minus sine A, cosine A. S is a mat2 scale x. Matrix 2 by 2. Okay. It's a 2D vector. 2 by 2. Okay. How can I search for this? Are you... I'm aware that you've probably pulled this out of your head, but is this just a transformation matrix or parenting transformation matrix or something? R exists in GLM as GLM. It's a 2D transformation matrix. GLM orientate 2. We used that before, didn't we? The rotation thing. We're using that to get the angled vector on when we attack. TNS only have 3D versions that make 4x4. Okay. Each have the form TRS. T is an offset. R is orientate 2. So in this case, scale is the same. Would the idea be to well, because I'm thinking for this entity, for this special attack, we're not doing translation and scale, right? We just want rotation. Or is that not true? Like we're doing translation separate to rotation. We're doing translation as this, right? Is A still whatever is angle? Angle. The origin transformation is setting the T matrix of M to have an offset of minus origin. T is an offset with an identity basis. What is an identity basis? How can I Google this stuff? You said 2D transformation matrix. In Hindi? No. Linear transformation, I'm just reading Wikipedia. R squared, no, Rn to Rm, x is a column vector. Okay, fine. Rows and columns. Identity basis is matrix of 1, 0, 0, 1. One's on the diagonal, or matrix 1 for short. Why does mat2 1.0f do that by default? Identity. I'm on the Wikipedia. Identity matrix. Identity matrix is n of size n is the n times n square matrix with 1s on the main diagonal and 0s elsewhere. It has unique properties. When it represents a geometric transformation, the object remains unchanged. It's analogous. How the fuck do you say that? Analogous to multiplying by 1. You wash dishes. I'm reading about identity matrices on Wikipedia while realizing I've not eaten dinner. It's nearly midnight. I've been streaming for 6 hours. 5.5 hours, sorry. I'm wondering if Kobayashi. Kabibo Kobayashi Maskawa matrix. Maybe it's too late to be thinking about this sort of thing. So, I'll give you the formulas, but I bet you'll stare at them for 10 seconds and throw them away to try something else. You do know me pretty well, because my next question was going to be, if this is the correct way to do it, how long do you think it would take for me to just fuck around with it with this current system? I feel like I should leave this for another day. I kind of wanted to play games this evening. It's nearly midnight. I guess I'm gonna have to go to bed. I feel like if I had to rewrite everything, that would suck. But if it's just for this one function, maybe it's possible. I mean, I have, it's unavoidable if you want to deal with complicated chaining of transformations. He's not wrong. That's fair. Just something I need to learn, I guess. Well, You're mentioning a lot of maths. Do I need to do a significant rewrite to take use of this? Or can I put that into this offset system or something similar and just use it in a couple local functions where I can convert a transform into some special kind of matrix for when it's needed? Do I need to rewrite everything? You can do the latter just fine. It's just like a plugin. Like it would just be like a function somewhere that converts various things. I mean, we have a transform class, yeah, but it's just some positions. I think I have to shelve this for now. It's way too late. And I think this is not a 15-minute job. So you can update that, keeping parity with the current systems and adding new functionality. Because this is a new thing. It gives you a framework for working out to do chain transformations. You can construct the actual matrices ad hoc at any point. Okay, let's put a pause on this for now. It's too late to continue sensibly. Let me write down a to-do. So, what do I want to call this? 2D matrix transformation helpers. So, we need functions to convert our transforms and potential rotations into matrices for easier calculation, for chaining transforms. And then I'll just paste the thing you put into Twitch chat into the body of this Trello description. We can look at this again next time. Interestingly, this Trello description seems to have copied the Twitch subscriber icon. So my note has Keina Kamishiyosawa and a heart. Let's see. I'll actually copy the rest of what you said in here, maybe. Or is this that's the most important part? Matrix is a 2x2. R exists as in G. I'll copy that as well. So R is orientate to. I'll just copy the whole chat for the last little bit. Okay. So we'll come back to this. It's too late. Maybe when I'm feeling a bit stronger. For now, I think we made good progress today. Not really what I thought I was going to do for 5 hours. Sometimes we make incredible progress in 5 hours, and sometimes we do one thing in about 2 hours that should have taken 30 minutes, and then spend the next 4 hours. I'm not really sure where my evening went. Yeah, the Z stuff doesn't massively matter here right now. By the way, I've not seen a problem in the background since your suggestion, KML. I'll let you know if it shows up again, but you might have fixed the problem. For now, at least I've got this dagger thing that follows properly. That's like kind of the main thing I wanted to do. Looks pretty good, right? In 2D, you can just use Mat 3. For now, let's just assume everything is 2D. Ignore the Z. If it's the case that I need to deal with some special Z thing, then whatever. I guess I've got, like, the system set up for alt firing. You know, like, I can add more alt fire in the future for other things. That was a pretty big thing that I couldn't be asked to get done. So I guess like now the dagger kind of works. That's nice. I can work on other stuff for now until I feel braver to do these matrix transformations. For now, whatever we have in here, I'm afraid we'll have to do. I'll have to work out some way to actually make this hitbox hit stuff, because I think right now it's not a bullet, so it doesn't count as hitting anything. We'll need to have generic hitbox for things, I guess. I do definitely see the sprites having those weird off-by-1 errors sometimes. So indeed, maybe it's something in the sprite shader. Offset and basis save some floats that are always 0, 1. When you have well-behaved transforms, when you chain them, it might not be enough. Might as well use Mat 3. Okay. Well, for now, let's put a plug in that. I don't know if I'll immediately continue with the matrix transformation stuff next time, because it's pretty heavy. We'll see how I'm feeling, I guess. I feel like I haven't really rested the last few weeks, even though I've had so much time off, so maybe I should focus on fun, easy stuff. Just make some sprites or something, you know? Make the first level work. I feel like, we've had like a lot of 5 to 7 hour streams where I basically accomplished like one thing. And it's questionable. Thanks. Yeah, I'd like to read up on this stuff. I've always struggled with linear algebra with game development. So I would like to get this stuff working. If only just to learn at least just like a little bit more, you know? So yeah, maybe next time we just try and do something fun. We try and get like the revolver to do the shooting many times. Maybe we draw some sprites for the enemies. We try and get like level 1. I'd like to have a vertical slice done. I'd like to be able to have a level 1 that you can play through, you know? I'll feel like I've accomplished something then. Maybe then I could do a devlog or something. You're having trouble with your sprite sheet as well. If you make it too big, the UVs are off. Gotta work out what's going on there. Oh. That's weird. I know I've seen like some game devs just be like, yeah, I just made all my sprites have a pixel gap of 2 between everything, but that feels kind of hacky. Maybe it's all you need sometimes. Anyway, I'm gonna head off. It's been a good 5.5. We made, you know, like a lot of file changes, I guess. But are these all from today? Maybe. Night. Yeah, I mean, the sticky hitbox thing was pretty good, I guess. Might be your texture packer. Yeah, maybe some floating point error or something. I don't know. Maybe we did some shit, I guess. The alt fire framework is nice, so I don't have to do that in the future. I was kind of not looking forward to having to do that. At least it's a little working now. But yeah, good night. Thanks for watching. Thanks for the help. See ya.